Well, here we are once again for one more day of coverage here in Niagara Falls for the New York Regional on the 38th annual tour from Arachnid here. Super excited to be watching some Pro Doubles 01 to start off our day. I am Nick Teixeira, joined by DJ Sayer in the booth. Excited to see who will book their spot for the Invitational Shootouts. Coming up, you get a spot for the winners here. A lot on the line. Let's see how it plays out. Excited to see this one. What about you, DJ?
Yeah, I think we're seeing what we probably would have expected at a lot of regionals to this point where the pro players join up for the pro doubles. We've actually seen it at least the ones I've been commentating where the pro brings a good AM, plays both the pro AM and the pro together. But today it looks like most of the pros have joined forces, namely this match with Denny and Joe Hedrick, and then also we got Doug Bame and Mike Porterfield, both of your singles first and second place now playing together today. So gonna be tough to get by a couple of these teams, but anxious to see how it plays out.
Yeah, I'm seriously already excited at the prospects of some of these matchups that we're going to see, such as this one. We got the Dead Center Darts team, Jonathan Long and Sean Ryan, going to go against Joe Hedrick and Denny Garn. So it's going to be that 501 split bull double out formats that you see at the Invitational. And it's also going to be that race of 3 best of 5. So excited to see what happens here, and if we're already seeing some big score lines happening, some huge wins and some scrappy matches as well across all of our boards here. So excited to see how this one develops. Of course, going on in the background, we also do have the non-pro men's doubles 01 and the women's doubles 01 going on in the background that we'll get coverage of later on as the day progresses. Do want to give a huge shout out to everyone that is watching along on Facebook and at YouTube across the internet here. It's excited to see all you guys as always, and let us know where you're watching from and what you're excited to see today, because it's going to be a fun day of darting action. I already see a couple people in chat, Paul Rogers and the like, so welcome in everybody. See a question in the chat here about following along with the brackets. Now, of course, you can do that on your smart device. If you go to the BullShooter app, go over to the Tournament King section. From there, just switch it from My Events to All Events. You'll be able to see all the brackets. But we'll go ahead and put a link to the Pro Doubles 01 bracket as well in the chat here.
Yeah, see Jonathan here starting on 276. Ooh, I said starting on 276, but he's going to leave 96. Big 180 there.
Yeah, he was the odd man out in this league up until that point, but makes up for the lost ground there and kind of evens things out. And now it'll be a question of who can hit a combination finish or set up a freeze. So Denny's not going to be able to take out this 157. All he can do is set it up and hope. And potentially set up a freeze. Not anymore. Needed 3 trips there to set it up. So wasn't able to do so. So Joe has a good look at this 100 here to start off. See if he can set his team's precedent correct, as they didn't win a tiebreaker in the previous match. It's Gino's Florian's team. Collects on dart number 3 there. Not JJ up 1-0 to get us going. When I was tracking these players to get them over to the board to get things started, go up to Jonathan Long, and I see his back turned to me. I walk up to him, I tap him on the shoulder, turn around, and has the biggest slice of what looks to be some form of breakfast pizza omelet that he was crushing. He said, "I don't drink. This is my alcohol," and he just was pounding it. So he was getting ready, and then he's like, "If I'm on the stream board, it's either gonna be really good or really bad." And I was like, "Well, you're on the winner side still. Can't be that bad." So far, it seems things are continuing with Joe Hedrick having the hottest hand on the board after the last game and this first round here. Some of the other regionals that I have covered so far on this tour, we've noticed some people kind of struggle when it gets to this split pool format. Maybe not as used to playing in it, or maybe not used to trying to play up into the pros, but this field will not have that issue. We're going to see some pretty smart play all across the board here. And we're not going to see too many strategical errors for the most part, as long as they remember to factor in that freeze. A lot of these guys will know how to set themselves up. Sometimes they won't think about making sure their partner has a shot, though, sometimes. So that will be our X factor for our pro level. As I see, we have both JJs in chat. And we have not JJ on the board. Good last start there from Denny to kind of get his score caught a little bit back up. Him and Jonathan were falling behind there. They go up to Jonathan. I said, "Hey, I'm sorry about the Chicken Little comment." He's like, "No, I just honestly forgot to take my hat off during the stream to show everybody why you're saying it." All the pressure right now is on Sean to try to set himself up, because there is a danger of a freeze coming in if Denny hits big. So if I'm Sean, all I care about is the finish. I don't care if it's a 180, 170, a 170, 160. I don't care what it is. I just want a shot. 161 will do.
Ton to leave a finish. Solid. Sorry, I was Googling what Chicken Little's hair looks like.
Were you actually? Yeah, he did cut it down right before this tournament, so it's not as long as it was, but especially at TOC, you could see it. The world's saddest mohawk. And then really needs at least a ton here.
Well, he wasn't playing too well in the last leg, and then came up with a 180 towards the end to pull back into it. This time, I feel like he probably needed that again.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, especially because there is potential for a freeze to get set up here. Oh, this would be huge if the last art connects. It will freeze. What a shot there.
Wow. Odds of the 161 going away, not good, but definitely not now.
See, if I was Sean there, I'd be happy that first art didn't connect simply just because I'd be like, I was frozen and would have hit it. So just going to have to walk this one off. But very likely that they're going to go down 2-0 here, and it'll be hard to come back from there.
Joe for double two to take a 2-0 advantage.
We'll get 6 at it at least. Joe showing the most consistency on the board at the moment, and Denny doing exactly what he needs to do as a supporting character. And like you said, there's a lot of pros teaming up together today, and not just a pro-am combo. So you're going to notice moments where Joe or Denny really start taking over control of who has the hot hand at the moment. And that can be very dangerous when both guys are clicking at the same time. I do think the most unbelievable mentionable of this whole thing is the fact that I believe this is Joe's first appearance on our stream this whole weekend. He hasn't even had too many bad finishes. It just just the way the timings worked and everything else, we haven't had a chance to get him on. So it's nice to be able to get another fresh face on the stream here.
No, we had him in Feld push in the Pro-Am at one point.
I stand corrected.
But yeah, I mean they end up losing, and then I think fell in like the 4th place match, 5th, 6th, something, and we were showing one of the other seat matches.
Gotcha. Okay. And you can see it all kind of blurs together there. So yeah, it was incorrect there. The version of Joe that we're getting right now is currently firing on all cylinders, playing very consistent play in this Pro Doubles 01. Then he started this third leg off right. Just going to try to continue with that momentum. He is going to continue. Can he get the last one in? Not quite, but great shot there from Garn. one's on finish yet, so Denny's actually going to be able to have the opportunity to set up first. Great cover on the 18 there to set himself up kindly on 140. Joe's just going to kind of keep up the momentum here, knowing that Denny right now is heated up. He doesn't have to do too much as long as he can try to set up a freeze. Put a lot of pressure on Sean to leave it clean out.
I'm curious what Joe was drinking because he showed it off like it was a prize.
It
Looked like a Jolly Rancher juice box.
I do know it looks very similar to beatboxes, if you heard of those.
What's a beatbox?
It's really popular with the college friends of mine. They love it. It's basically 10 to 14% alcohol that tastes like juice in a box.
Oh my God! Of course, that's what Joe would be drinking.
I don't know if that's the exact brand, but that's basically identical to what I have seen.
I guarantee you his college-age kids turned him on to them, and now he is drinking them.
Wouldn't doubt it. Yep, see, Donna in chat says it looks like a beatbox. So is Tiffany.
Well, I apparently am out of touch with what the kids are drinking these days.
I've only ever tried it where my roommate had one in the fridge and turned it into a slushie, and honestly, pretty delicious. Can't knock it. Can't knock.
You said like 10% alcohol.
Like 10. Yeah, it's a pretty high percentage for what it is. I'm not sure off the top of my head, but I know it's not. It's not. It's more than a beer for sure.
It's a fruity Four Locos.
Yeah, correct. But they took out the energy, so we're good. Oh boy, here we go. 42. Double 16 for the match and a 3 straight win. There we go. Fruity Four Loco does take it there.
Yeah, Joe getting it done. 3 straight legs there for Joe. So and actually he's not going to be rewarded for the win as he is waiting the winner of Weeble Out and Disappointed. So that's the team of Doug Beam and Mike Porterfield or Travis Brewster and Sam Vanderpool. So either way there, another tough opponent. But we will see what winner's match we're going to get first, and we will bring you that. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
On to our first semifinal match here. Excited to see how this one plays out, as this is going to be a tantalizing affair on the dartboard. We Bull Out versus Not JJ. Doug Bain to start us off first. And of course, I am Nick Teixeira, joined by DJ Sayer virtually in the commentary booth.
Yeah, this should be a pretty good one here. I would have had to have pegged these two as the favorites beforehand. So a little bit of a preview of what could potentially be our final, and a really important one too, because if they do end up meeting, the winner of this will have to be double dipped.
It's certainly going to be interesting to see how this transpires, right? Because We Bull Out's team is currently 9-1 on the day. Not JJ team is currently 6-2 after a first round bye. So they did have a moment where they had to win in the tiebreaker against Gino Florian's team. So they've had a little bit of a tougher run to get here. And let's be honest, Doug and Mike have had a very solid, consistent weekend for them. For the first and second in that pro singles final on a Friday. We saw Doug get a big win yesterday over Mike as well in the Pro-Am. Lots of good darts for these guys so far. Solid 140 from Joe there, and to keep up with Doug. I will say that probably one of my highlighted player interactions throughout the weekend happened right before we started stream today, where Doug came up to me and said, "You know what? You, Gordon, DJ, you guys know what you're talking about, because I watched back my matches, and man, my strategy did not make sense when you watched it, huh?" So was a funny moment there for sure.
I'm just shocked he's just now figuring that out, because he's played like that forever.
It was definitely a funny moment. He was like, "Man, I had these big leads and just kept letting them live and getting back in." So it was a funny moment. It was a little realization. And he also talked about how playing soft tip is just not the norm for him as well. And so sometimes he overcommits to that pointing strategy. So interesting to see the introspection from these players. But he's not going to have the same level of errors in 501 split bowl.
No, that'll be more his wheelhouse. A little more straightforward, especially with it being split bowl.
And not JJ kind of following behind in this one so far. They don't have the first shot out at 137. Tees up 40. So perfect setup there, and we'll more likely get a shot at it, barring Joe and Denny hitting some big rounds here to set up a freeze.
Yeah, you feel like Joe probably has to have a 177 here in order to give it a chance.
All Mike's thinking about is score enough points to make sure that they can't freeze, and that's what he's probably going to end up doing here. 161, so not quite out of the woods. Need to see the bed loaded, though. That's not going to do it. Did not freeze by 24 points. So Doug will get 3 darts for 40 for leg number 1.
That was a little bit of a fist pump after hitting the double 10.
Yeah,
I think that's a little bit of an indicator that he knows this is a match.
well, I mean, he has to be focused up, right? I mean, he wants to get that guaranteed invite because he got second in that pro singles. So really needs to make sure he focuses up and plays his game today. He's always also he is a very animated character as well, which I personally find so entertaining to watch. As I don't care who you are, what division it is, I love those celebrations, the roars, the celebration from the pro am yesterday where he almost hit Mike Porterfield. It seemed from celebrating so hard. Donald in chat asking how freeze works. Basically, if your partner's score is higher than the combined score of the other team, you're not allowed to take that out. So Doug is not allowed to take it out if Mike's score is higher than Joe and Denny combined. Colin Rath in chat saying, happy birthday, Gordon. Well, it's me and DJ today, but we'll let him know you said it. Of course, Colin was ruthless. I had a first round bye and then got beat up on by him and his team in the mixed trips yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't realize Colin was in attendance there. Surprised we haven't seen him on the stream at all.
He's had some moments where he's been real close to making on the board. He's actually currently locked in the other semifinal slot right there, so he plays the winner of board 36. So we will actually get to see him guaranteed here. A solid shot and a great board official as well.
Joe putting in a solid leg here, but unfortunately, Denny struggling this one. He probably gonna have Joe froze, depending upon what Doug and Mike do on their next 6.
That was a must-hit last start there for Doug too. You're right. They need to get as many points as possible here. Put the pressure on the back of Denny if they want to go up 2-0.
Yeah, only 55 there for Denny. So a ton for Mike. Really, all it's needed.
Needed that last trip because you need to get below 139. Last trip would have made it 136. So did not freeze, giving Joe a look here. He's on for it. caught low. Gets a chip 19 there. Try to still leave a 1 dart finish, but also going for the freeze, or trying to make sure, because he knows he's more likely going to be frozen, to get as low as possible to set up Denny later on, I should say.
17 for the Bull. Well, not staying true to the name.
Does load it up there. So, on the off chance that Doug does miss, we'll probably get a shot at the 130. But again, requiring that Doug misses here. Might go to make sure that Doug will get a shot by scoring as much as he can here.
He doesn't do it. Ton's not enough, so Joe will get a look at 22.
This would be huge.
So, great timing there from Denny with the 180. Needed every bit of it. And that does get the leg. So, tied up at 1 leg apiece.
Yeah, that's massive, and you can't ever count yourself out of a leg until it's over there. Narrowly avoiding the freezing there is what got them to keep going and play well. So, good win there, and good recovery from Denny. Now we should expect the standard of play of somewhere around 30 points per dart in the pro bracket here, right? Because at 33, that means you're averaging a 5 mark, 100 points a round. So we're going to be expecting somewhere in that 30 to 35 range. Sometimes we're going to break into the 40s and hit some bigger rounds and some potential 12 darters. But a lot of it's going to be focused more in that 15 dart range.
I would say for these 4 guys, the top players in the room, they're looking at throwing a 12 darter with a minimum of 15. If a leg goes past 15 darts, I would say that's a very slack leg.
I wholeheartedly agree. A little bit of a misstep there from Joe. Only 41 on, so kind of lets Mike forfeit a little off the hook from his lax opening. Needs to capitalize on this, though.
Any good recovery after the first dart. Found a couple of triples, still leading the way, but from the 4 hole, going to be tough, especially with Joe back at 365.
Yeah, Joe kind of catching the off leg at the wrong moment here. He's going to need a 140 here to basically square up these A score lines and won't be in position to break. I mean, he said he's still going to take a big dig here. Loads it up. 180. Didn't he can be the first to set up on a finish here?
Not now. Does manage to find a triple to stay in front. Doug gonna look for a 180 to leave 40.
Oh, what a shot this would be. What a shot it is. Great shot, as you exactly called it. Leaving himself on 40 and setting himself up to go 2-1 here. Joe needs to hit big right behind as well.
Yeah, for Joe, he's gonna have to hope that Denny can do enough to freeze, so he needs to get as low as possible. I don't think a ton is probably going to be enough. Now, if Mike puts in 2 triples, it's almost guaranteed that Doug will get a shot at the 40. Yeah.
What a
He's going
shot.
to find all 3.
Both players on the 180 there. The timing has been crucial on these setup shots for a lot of these guys. So there we go. Doug takes Weeble out. 2-1 advantage now. Joe Hedrick can start off leg number 4 here. There's like a full 360 spin there after that last start. It looked like the Mies and Wii bowling when you throw the ball backwards. It was a very niche reference, but for my 5 people out there that got it, that's for you.
I got it.
You're one of the 5.
Denny going to find 3 5s for 15. Not a good start there from Denny. Really letting Doug off. And Mike's going to punish with a 180.
Yeah, that's a massive punish. Now it's really up to Mike and Joe. They're just going to be off to the races here. Doug and Denny in support roles now. You see Doug picks it up quite a lot there comparative to his last turn. One thing he hasn't done was in any of his matches, while he has had strategical errors and some missteps here and there, he has never had 2 bad turns in a row, it seems. And he's very good at minimizing that. So good recovery there, and same thing for Denny. In that moment, they're only getting 100, but it's better than the start there, and it just has to keep trucking along. So Joe sets up that 1-2-6 finish. So we'll have the first look at it out, barring no freezes.
Doug should start on the 19s here. Well, he doesn't.
For those that don't know the math as well, can you explain why?
Yeah, the math lines up. If you from 306, if you had a single 20, best you can do is 140, leave 166, not a finish. If you go at the 19s, you had a single 19, you can then either put in a triple 19 and a triple 20 or two triple 20s and either leave the 167 or 170.
There we go. And if you talk to especially any the steel tip side and overseas guys in particular, they'll tell you that they're thinking about their outs well before it gets down to that 200s range. They're thinking in the 3s, sometimes even in the 400s, depending on who you ask. So it's all about setting it up from as far away as you can and trying to get that game plan and knowing, hey, what combination of darts and potential misses and hits is best for me.
The math starts on your second turn. No matter what.
Couldn't agree more. Joe not able to take it out after he unfortunately dragged that second dart kind of down and well away from that treble. And all the pressure's on the back of Denny now.
Yeah, Denny really needs one of those 180s that he come up with in the second leg. But it's not going to happen. So even if Joe comes back for the 87, not going to be able to throw at it. And it's looking like Doug and Mike will be the first team into our king seat match.
Mike didn't hit as big of a turn as he would have preferred, but again, Joe is frozen, so all he can do is get as low as he can. And then they'll have to survive 2 more out attempts and also require Denny to hit a big out. So a lot of things have to go in the way of Denny and Joe for this to work out for them at this point. Single 18 for tops. And the match. Gets it. Mike Porterfield, Doug Bain will go on as their first team to advance to the king seat match. Coming up next here, it looks like we're going to have the winner of Let's Go versus Bat Shark taking on Map. That is going to be our other semifinal on the Pro Doubles 01. That match should be just about, if not close to finishing, one leg away from that. So somewhere around there. So it won't be too long, folks. And then we'll have some more darting coverage coming your way here. Nick Teixeira and DJ Sayer in the booth. Be back in just a moment. Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and darters alike. Nick the Share and DJ Sayer in the booth here for a women's queen seat match. I did say we were going to get that other men's semi, but this one was ready first, and it was too tantalizing to pass up. So we got D's Hoes, referring to the gardening instrument, don't worry, and Lady Misfits duking it out here in leg number 1 of the women's doubles 01. It's a best of 3 format, so a little bit faster than what we were seeing for the fellas. DJ, I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, got to admit, I'm not too familiar with most of these ladies. I do know Donna, who just shot. Other than that, I'm kind of clueless. But it looks like we got some pretty solid players here. See a 37.5 on the board, and then some push in the 30s. So yeah, should be interesting. So Sue is still frozen.
So we're going to be on to Jen for 34 open out here. So you go 2 big singles if she desires. Double works as well in style, and she gives a little look to the side. These hoes does consist of Morgan Craig and Jen Wolfsims there. And then Lady Misfits, Susan Blatt and Donna Shirley. So excited to see these ladies on the stream here as Sue will start us off for leg number 2. Morgan finding the bottom side of the bowl, so plenty of room to stack up. Kind of let that second one get away for her, but it's nice when you get that bottom section there where you can kind of just lean on that dart and use it as a guide for the distance. It is nice to see. It's such a nice size crowd behind these ladies, giving them some love and support for the queen seat.
Yeah, probably the biggest crowd we've seen so far.
No one's pulled up a lazy boy chair yet, so are they that serious of a crowd? Who knows?
Well, it's standing room only. There's not enough room for chairs.
There you go. They had to change the rules there. It's not a tight hallway, but when you put some chairs in there, it would get pretty tight pretty quick.
We'll Sue. Just barely outside the bull with the first 2, but finds it with the third.
Yeah, choosing to stay on that bull. Trip 18 would have left the 180 finish, but more than likely getting that scored points on the big bull there. More important, especially with the opponent not on a finish there. Want to make sure you're playing around freeze at all times.
Good shot there from Sue, finding 2 bulls, leaving 69. She had a very good leg last time. Just ended up froze. This time, don't look like that's in danger.
Going to keep trying to work away here. Get that down after the first start. Unfortunately, did not leave her on a subsequent follow-up for the finish. But, yeah, you're right. Well ahead. So all the pressure's on Jen's back here to hit a big turn. And a huge last start there.
Yeah, I think she switched after the first start was so bad and found 2 triple 19s. So good switch on her part. Sue with 69 here. Yeah, just needs a bull.
Hits it.
Great shot.
Yeah, solid shot indeed. So 1 apiece here going into a tie-breaking leg. Sue, I know we saw on Friday night singles. There's a couple Sues. There's actually 3 Sues in the room. Sues and Susies in the room. So it's hard to keep track of them all, but I do remember she was on the Friday night singles.
Looks like Jen did snag the cork.
Oh, look at this. Could you find one more? Loaded up to start off. She does. With a double on the last start there. 150 for Morg. Great shot from her. What a way to capitalize after losing the diddle, going second. To hit a big shot like that, that's phenomenal. Oh, can Jen follow it up as well? Oh, not quite, but that's more than enough support there as Morg's on a tear at the moment. What a way to string it together for these ladies at the right timing here, putting all the pressure now on the Misfits team. Slowing down the pace just a tad there with only 1 bull, but getting herself within a nice 2-dart finish range there, depending on the approach. Donna needs to leave an out, and she's not going to be able to. So if Jen hits a good turn here, there's more likely a double freeze for Sue and Donna to freeze each other. What do you got for us, Jen?
Jen with the step back on every third dart. It's not helping her.
No, certainly not doing any favors, but not frozen. 170 can go. It's all about finding that first bull, and then you can take a stab. We'll be able to get a look.
2 triple 20s.
Oh. So now you need to clean him up. Go back to the bull here. Don't even focus on setup there. You need to keep bringing it down. So, yeah, 108. 93 now is the look. Let's see what her approach is here. Trip 20 with a left, a trip 11. Yeah, she does that full step back on all those darts there, and it's not helping with the consistency, but right now they're well ahead. It's not really going to cause any damage either. It'll combine to 103. Sue cannot take out 108. All she can do is get as low as she can. Single bowl to leave one. Ooh, not quite, but 36, not bad leave. So 21 now is going to be look for the out. Open out.
Nineteen leaves 2.
Oh, hits into the trip there, but 163 is now the shot for Donna. No available out there.
So 82 now for Jen. 2 16s. Oh, we need to make sure you go inside. Now forced to hit the double. Although she does have Sue froze. So maybe playing it safe to make sure she didn't bust. So Sue cannot take out 36. So Sue cannot take out 36. So she was set up too.
Getting dicey. Needs a single two. The last time she hit the trip. Sound drags it down. So now 94. More than doable for Donna.
She's not going to take it out. Leaves 48. And Jen will get another chance at this 32.
Nails it.
Drills it first dart.
As you hear,
those. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna. What I was gonna say was not relevant. That dude in the gray hoodie, you could hear him howling for that one from the stream room here. So that will do it for the ladies' queen seat there. So I'm going to see what is coming up next for us here on the stream. We'll be right back with the action in just a moment, folks. Don't go far. Nick Teixeira, DJ Slayer in the booth. Be right back. Back and better than ever here for another great match. Nick DeShare and DJ Sayer in the booth here watching Bat Shark and Map take it on here on the dartboard for the other semifinal in the Pro Doubles 01. Got a couple great names on the board. Bat Shark consisting of Braden Hall and Darcy. And then on the other end there for Map, of course, we got the one and only Colin Rath and Michael Peter, two gentlemen that were my first round matchup in mixed trips, and they were not very kind to me. Let's just put it like that. Now, Darcy had an amazing run last year at this tournament, and so far has actually not fallen short of getting on our stream a few times here. Do you know a little bit about him?
The only thing I know about Darcy is what I saw of him at this event last year when he won the pro singles, and then obviously played in the ESPN Invitational.
Falling into 140 there. I do like the disparity of Bull Shark, Dark Knight, Slim Reaper, and Colin. I hear looking for at least a low ton to keep up with Dark Knight here. Just a reminder on the pro side, unlike the women's that we just saw, is double out, so just keep that in mind, on top of the fact that obviously it is split bull as well. It looks like on our non-pro bracket, just to give you guys an update on that one as well in the background here, we're starting to break into, most of the teams are right into that top 12 range, give or take a few there, so starting to break pretty far along into there as well, out of the over 50 teams that did sign up. Great setup there from Bull Shark. Seen some Let's Go Darcy's, Let's Go Collins in chat, Let's Go Mike's. Let us know who you're cheering for and who you got in this one. And if you're one of Collins' friends, how much did he pay for you to be in the chat? Not the time for Mike to do that, though. Since they're facing a combined 198 here, the freeze is all but guaranteed, so Colin probably won't get the look at 127, assuming that Bull Shark does not bust. Shanghai. There we go. Leg number 1 going to Bat Shark.
$180 open there from Colin. Coming out firing.
Yeah, certainly so. That's a great start off here. You know he wanted to get that look in the last leg, so just trying to take the energy and get fired up in this one. So it's up to Mike to just make sure he keeps up in pace here, Colin well out in front, so just trying to score well. Stephanie saying, there we go, Colin. In parentheses, unpaid support, I promise.
Oh, but he only falls with a 43.
Great last start there. Needed to get that to make sure he's staying somewhat within striking distance and in range of a, granted, big combination, but a setup shot nonetheless, so. Wow, gets underneath there. That's a hard to throw dart, and he does connect. Good shot there. See Colin kind of gesturing to himself, hey, follow through. Get all the way there. And he does so on the last. And again, gets it in.
Yeah, Mike sitting on 121 after 9.
Great last start there from Braden. Needed that one to connect. Putting himself up on a finish here and putting more pressure on this 1-2-1. More than hittable here for Mike. He's caught a little bit of a hot streak at the moment. Not anymore. weren't getting into some trouble upstairs. $47 is the lead, just trying to focus on bringing it down. 1-4, it can go. This would be a big one for Braden. Oh, great setup. A great freeze as well. By 7 points. That was massive. And there you go. He almost hit it. And then Colin says, hey, wait, you're frozen. So that was a very fortunate miss because that would have lost him the game. Granted, Darcy should hit 32 here. A little bit of a scare. Yeah, and there you go. As expected on that. Needed to take 32. Taking a lead in this match. 2-0 for Bat Shark. Now, DJ, I know we talked about it, and you and I agree we are not fans of team names, especially in doubles. But honestly, Bat Shark's pretty cool. It reminds me, it gives me Sharknado energy. Colin loads it upstairs with a 180 to start off once again. Second time doing so. A big struggle for Braden at the moment. Well, Darcy did finally wake back up in this one as him and Braden were having a little bit of a scare in this leg. Huge 180 to get him back in the mix, but well behind and heavily favored right now. Map to set themselves up and try to make it 2-1 here. Mike at 265 doesn't have any immediate pressure otherwise, but to just set up and bring it down, as Colin's the one front running here. Great last start there to help bring it in place after a scary first two. Well, I wish that was me. His hair's way better than mine. Huge last start there for Darcy.
Braden back at 322. Really needs a big shot here.
Yeah, just like you said, it needed a big shot. 100's not going to do it here. But they are up 2-0 in the match, so they already did the hard part, and they'll get the easy part of getting, or easy being relative, but getting the throw first.
Yeah, going up 2-0 is a great spot to be in. It's terrible if you're the opponent, but yeah, knowing that you get to start in the fourth leg is so important.
Darcy's just going to keep digging. Colin Rath, 87 here. Out to the double 18. Collects it. Gets on the board. Very subdued celebration there from Colin as he's still not happy with the position. Especially that leg 2 where he started off with a 180, wasn't able to capitalize on getting that win. We're going to see what happens here. Braden to start us off for leg number 4. Going to start off right with a 140.
Oh, and Darcy only going to find 3 singles. So a little bit of an opening here for Mike.
See if he's keen on taking this opening. Good placement. He has room to grow. Kind of got away from him on the second, though. That's correct on the third. Just an update here on our women's bracket. They are currently about to get into that 4th place match here, so we'll keep our eye and make sure we get some more coverage of that later on as well. And same thing, we already got the doubles 01 into the top 12 range. And the pro doubles heading into that 5th, 6th. So moving on quite speedily here. And let me tell you, it's not for a light turnout either. There's over 56 teams in that non-pro. 180 referring to Darcy as a blonde Bill Murray resemblance. I would take that as a compliment.
I mean, it's Bill.
Right?
Like, I don't see it, but yeah.
Well,
I mean, being compared to Bill Murray is a pretty good thing.
yeah, that's number 1 Bill, closely followed by Bill Nye the Science Guy at number 2.
I can't even argue that.
So we're finally starting to agree. It might have taken us a couple tour stops, but we're getting there. Oh, what a shot from Colin there. 180 on the board.
Yeah, must-win leg here. He's going to need Mike to step up at 335, depending upon what Darcy does here, but...
So now, Mike, all he has to do is make sure Colin gets a shot. That's all I'm thinking about if I'm him. Get me some points and set up my partner. That's it. Not how you do it, though. Going wayward on the first 2.
Yeah, triple here, be all forgiven. Yep. Worst case scenario is Braden puts in a 180, still not frozen. But does put a lot of pressure on Colin to potentially have to take out the 118.
Brain does leave himself in a pretty solid finishing range as well. So, yeah, 118 is going to be the look here.
To tie us up at 2 legs apiece. Good start. Tops.
Oh, not quite. Good shot there from Darcy, too, making sure he's on a finish, getting himself in range. Mike knows he can't do what he did last round. He's not going to go with just a 1 triple go here. At least needs to focus up and try to hit a ton at minimum.
Yeah, 180 actually would have froze. But that is going to freeze his partner, guaranteed. Unless Braden busts.
And Braden's going to make sure not to bust. That's something that you have to be thinking about.
Well, truly, pretty hard to bust a 102.
Certainly is now. So that would be more than enough. 166 combined. And Colin knows they're in some serious danger at the moment as he's just going to bring it down. All the way to 2. Didn't even shoot the trip 12 for the fans, though. 126, 419s, or is he going upstairs? He's looking up.
Darcy's a madman. He was going 120 to leave double 3. What?
Yeah, compared to 419s, would have left a better shot there and cleaned it up and get a guaranteed dart on the 3rd. That was a pretty insane way to shoot that. No
Like, staying true to the vigilante persona.
Oh, can the shark sink it? Not quite yet. So Colin will have to pass and survive Darcy's throw here to have the outside chance.
I don't pass. If I'm Colin, I walk up there and throw my darts.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yep. You're going to sit there for 4 rounds while they try to take it out, and then if you do end up getting a chance, you got to throw it double 1, and you haven't thrown a dart for multiple rounds. I always take my turn. But Darcy does get it done. So they will move into the king seat and take on Doug and Mike. And Colin and Mike will have to go into the loser side. So we'll figure out what match we're gonna bring you next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for more darts.
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone else watching along with us for the Pro Doubles 01 here at Niagara Falls, New York Regional for the BullShooter 38th Annual Tour. Excited to be bringing you coverage of the King Seat match for the Pro Doubles. The We Bull Out team going up against Bat Shark, both of which teams we have got a chance to see and will continue to see as they will light up the board here for us. And this one, Doug Bain starting us off first with a 140. Yeah, we got the King Seat match here, and then after this match concludes, it will be in time for the Women's Doubles 01 Finals. So that will be what is up after this. So if you guys are excited to see some ladies on the stream here, you know that it's not far away from happening, as they are currently in the third place match. Everyone's starting off strong. See how everyone can
Darcy, the only one that didn't kick off with a ton 40. But Doug gonna open the door with a 26.
Yeah, very, very weak turn there from Bane. See how much he's punished, though. Trip here would hurt. Honestly, I am upset that Darcy decided to put on the hat. I was looking at that mane. Not upset about that, though. 180 from the Dark Knight. Dark not able to leave a finish, so he's just going to try to get in range and hope that Mike sets himself up on one. Decent round, but not a finish, which now is handing the opportunity over to Darcy to set himself up first. 2-2-1 should be expected to be on a finish after this. Single 16 to set it up. Or 20 for 36. Or trip 16 for the high ton and the 8. Even better. Extra credit. Plus, that helps get lower and keeps that freeze rule in mind. So great shot there from Porterfield.
So Mike needs double 4. Take leg number 1. Oh, but nothing hurt as Darcy's frozen. Braden back at 74. So Darcy will set up 2. And 5 for Doug. Now, Doug does need to take this out. Otherwise, Braden will get a look at 74. And Doug 2 darts it.
Yeah, good shot there from No Name. Guys, let us know where you're tuning in from and who you got in this, as we're excited to be bringing you coverage of this one live in Niagara Falls for the BullShooter Regional. Starting off solid. I mean, again, we're kind of expecting about that ton of round, give or take. A couple rounds, they'll dip into 80s and 90s. Majority of the rounds should be around the 100 range. So these guys are showing a lot of consistency, which is why they're in this match currently. Darcy's going to try to correct quickly here and get back in line with everybody else. No one wants to be left behind in here. And that's a way to do it right there, Darcy. 180 on the board. Porterfield out in front here, so going to continue to do so. Game set down to 2-2-1. Ahead of the rest of the pack. He's shaking his head there because he didn't hit all 3, but I mean, I would take back-to-back 140s pretty much all the time if I could. So that being said, Braden loads it up with a 180 of his own. These guys are heating up and playing in fuego. Now they're having a laugh. Everyone hit 180s except Porterfield hitting a 140. He's a slacker. Oh my goodness. Why not another one? What's going on in this one? This is an insane standard these guys are playing out there. We just saw 4 180s. Great correction on the last start there for Porterfield. Needed to leave himself a good finish there. 180 is not a finish, but guess what? Brady can really set up a lot of pressure and potentially freeze here as well. We need to get below 20 points or below. So did not freeze. 163 is not a finish though, so all we're going to see is a setup here as well. Trip 17 to leave double 16 and does do so. Bain sets up kindly. 103 will be the first real look at an out here. Trip 23 for tops. Darcy does not sink it. Combined 105 means that Porterfield can take the 124 here, and this would be a big finish to go up 2-0. He's able to grab it here. No way to set up a freeze for Braden. Trip 14. Yep, now to the double bull. Oh, and he nails it. Big celebration there from Porterfield. That's a monumental shot and a huge 12 darter there. 41.75 points per dart. On to leg number 3 and a 2-0 advantage for We Bull Out.
For the record, the first time that they've bulled out. So finally living up to the name. Doug with another 180.
Yeah, these guys are playing incredible at the moment here. Even when we're seeing these 80 to 90 point rounds, we're like, oh man, that's terrible compared to the fact that they're normally hitting 140, 180s. Oh no, deflected on the last. He really wanted it. Really wanted that one. Sorry, Doug, you blew it. Darcy kind of let off the hook for Mike, so Mike now just needs to make sure he tries to stay true. Correct from that Will Axe first round and having a little bit of trouble. Does correct well, though, at the end, so it's back on track there. Doug well in front, so he's just going to focus on making sure Doug has a shot here.
Braden with a little bit of a missed opportunity there. Could have been first to a finish. Instead, now Doug gonna set up an out. Oh, and he's gonna set up a good one.
Oh, did he say to Darcy, hey, by the way, don't go for the trip 20 on the last to leave double 3? I wonder if that's what he just said. That's funny. That was not the right dart either, though. they're all having a laugh about something out there in particular. Nobody can take away the fact that these guys are having a good time and what is supposed to be an extremely competitive Kingsley match and what has been. But in this moment, you would assume it's just 4 friends jerking around on the board here. Double 4 for the match. Now down to double 2. And double does it. There we go. We bull out. Did finally get one of theirs as a bull out. And a huge win there for those guys as they are going to be your king seat holders and have a good chance of seeing Dart Shark again in this one as they played phenomenal there. Unfortunately, just catching the wrong side of some of those outs. So I'll give you guys an update of what's coming up next here. The women's final is actually just got called up. So we're going to be calling that right now over to our stream board. And then we're going to get the finals of the women's doubles 01 here on the feed. So we'll be back in just a moment. Nick Teixeira, DJ Sayer. Don't go far, folks. Alrighty, it's finals time, everybody. Women's doubles 0-1 here. We get a rematch. How about, let's try that again. Rematch of our Queen Seat match for D's Hoes and Lady Misfits. Excited to see how this one plays out on our stream board here. These ladies had quite the audience behind them before, and we're bound to see a lot of people hanging out and watching this one. So I'm excited to be calling this one with my friend DJ Sayer here in the booth.
Yeah, pretty close contest the first time around. This time, it'll be interesting to see how it goes.
Yeah, certainly will be interesting. It's just about who can string together those couple of big rounds early on, especially with that 301 Fat Bull format. If you pound a low ton early on, it puts you in pole position. Morg doesn't quite leave herself on a finish there. Bringing it on down. So Sue now have the best chance to set up kindly. One bowl and some change will be pretty favorable. Anything else is extra. It's the first bowl. Over to the 8, so plenty of good things that you can fall out into, or the bowl there. Either any of those things pretty much were okay for her. 1-2-6, not a bad finish. Huge low ton there for Donna. So Misfits out in front early in this.
So 126 here for Sue.
Getting into some danger here. Gonna try to clean it up and maybe play around a freeze here. I personally think I would be more keen to see her just go on the bowl, bring it down. That's what she does. So combined 170 here. So basically, whatever Jen hits here, Donna just has to match. Give or take 7 points. Huge last start there. So needs to get about 68 points for Donna at minimum, or ideally take the out. And that'll do. 1-2-1 is the finish there. Lady Misfits taking leg number 1 with a break a throw. Morg to start us off here. Let's see what you got for us. I need to work her way in from there. Good correction on the last. Needed that one. Up, Allie in here restarting our Friday night conversation. Votes on what the girls are listening to on the headphones here. So, I mean, Jen's rocking right now. You can see that. She's dancing. I don't know if I have any immediate guesses here. I'm gonna guess she seems like she's rocking out to some maybe some country of some kind, maybe some Morgan Wallen. It's gonna be my feel today, but that's a hard read on it.
I think that's all rap.
I'll take the under. I guess it depends on what dance move she busts out next. Huge low ton there for Donna, getting her and Sue's score lined up. That's the 3 format, so you just need to get to 2, and if they can back-to-back break to bring it to a deciding set, that would be pretty impressive. Ali saying listening to the 2 live crew. Paulie Yeager saying she's almost 100% listening to the Trews. 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 It's a new one for me. I do know 2 live crew, though. Canadian band. All right. Good to know. I'm going to be honest. When I'm playing the mixed doubles later today, that's how I want to have moves like that when I'm at the board.
Donna, final one with her third. Picking it up here. 121 finish, followed by 3 out of 6 bulls.
Yeah, this is getting to be a heated up one here. Is Morgan's lighting it up now, finds a hat trick, and Jen full force lets a roar out there in a well-deserved celebration. As they even have like poses and stuff. Now that's teamwork. Her dance moves are killing me right now. Oh, Sue could take it right here. This would be amazing. Oh my!
Wow. Big 130 finish for the first set.
A blink and you miss it, set. I mean, all these girls, the lowest average was a 28, all of them in the 30s, basically. That was an amazing set right there. Some high power scoring and some high power finishing. We're going to go ahead and run it again here.
Jen kind of walks like Conor McGregor, like chest back. The only thing she's not doing is swinging her arms. I think she's ready to fight in this match.
I wonder if she has the
like,
same.
Not physically, but in this match.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I wonder if she has like one of those Conor McGregor suits in the closet there. He always has the best ones, in my opinion, on the weigh-ins. Oh, I love it. I love it. I will say, I mean, we saw some highs, but we definitely have not seen the best of the women's game this weekend. And seeing this here is a lovely refresher as these girls are really bringing their A game in this one.
Oh yeah, I mean the standard in that last set right there was incredible.
Yeah, certainly the case here. So they're just getting redialed in real quick, and then we're going to be underway here. And coming up next, it looks like we're going to get the king seed of the men's doubles 01 and then into the finals of the pro doubles 01. And then back over to finish out the non-pro. So just a heads up, that is what it's roughly looking like. We'll see how long this one takes, of course, and kind of play it by ear. But if it's at this pace, I think that we're going to be fine. All right, I want to make sure everything's going to be back in 2 seconds here. Just going to put on the tunes for a quick second. And also, I'm going to figure out real quick what Jen's listening to. Be right back. How about one more time here? Ladies had to get back over to the board. Just had to do a quick little pit stop, redial in, and we're ready to go here. Sue and Donna, Morgan, Jen, part 2 of our finals. So I did ask Jen over there. You can see her dancing. She's doing the Egyptian walk back over there. I said, Jen, we all want to know what you got going on here. She just hands me the headphone, and she just says, it's just random dance music, and then goes back to doing what she's doing. So she's in the zone. Literally had no time for anything. She kept dancing even when she took out the headphone to ask, or to hear what I had to ask. So nothing stopping that girl's stride, I'll tell you what.
So Sue, the only one wasn't able to find a bull in the first round. In fact, all 3 other ladies finding 2 of them.
Jonathan Long just ran in there, gave Morg some support, and then ran back over away, kind of almost skipping away there. Solid from Morg. His Donna's like practically laughing to herself at the line there. These girls are having so much fun right now. It is pretty nice to see. See Mark McFadden in the background as well. Good friend of mine. Rocking ugly sweater, Toys for Tots jersey, so charity jersey. Morg with the look for 84. Bull for 217s. Bull for 216s. Not able to finish it now, so I would stay on the bull here. Just leave yourself a single 17 and get close to that finish line, and that's what she does.
Donna finding one with her third. Jen looking at 79.
Yeah. See if she's able to take it here. Jen Wilsons needs a 60 now. Up to the double 20. Oh, doesn't quite connect. Just a reminder on these ladies here: Dee's Hose, Morgan Craig, and Jen Wolfsons. And then on the other hand, for the ladies misfits, that's Susan Blatt and Donna Shirley. Sue 114. We did see her take a big 130 out in the previous match, the previous dip. So well within her wheelhouse. And still possible to hit. Needs to get off the bull, though, if she wants to shoot it. Went for the 217s. Now back to the bull to try to bring it back down.
So 17 now from Morgan. Yeah, big single. So leg number 1 of the second set in the bag from Morgan Jen.
So far in this final, in the first best of 3, we saw break. And then now in this one, we're seeing break, but with the other team, with Dee's Hose going a second this go around. So I wonder if it's almost a good omen in this ladies matchup. Also, while I was going out there and getting all these, getting everything going here, making sure the ladies were all good to throw, I did ask Doug Bain. I said, hey, with that 186 you had in that last game there, you went trip 20, and then you turned around, said something, everyone laughed, and went trip 15 to leave 21. So I asked him, I was like, what was that about? And I guess in his head, he was like, well, I want to go trip 20, because on my next go, I want to go double one, like Stowe. And then he's like, but then I thought that would be rude, so then I went for the trip 10, and I thought I hit it, because I thought the trip 10 was red, and turns out that's the 15. So he actually shot that because he didn't know his colors. That is actually what he said.
That's terrible.
I'm just here to break the news, man. I didn't even make that one up. I couldn't have. Doug's a funny guy. I got to admit, out of a lot of the top shots, he's the one that's been making me laugh the most, probably. This weekend. It is a competition. I do keep score.
Sue finding a couple of double bulls. Morg really needs to follow with a couple. At least one.
Oh. Yeah, isn't able to get the one. So now it's up to see if Donna can punish. She needs to get one now. And won't do so either. So Sue well in front at the moment. Jen for an opportunity to set up her team with an out.
Good switch there by Jen, finding the triple 20. I went back at the bull.
With Jen at 143, I wonder if she's going to tee up or go. I personally think teeing up here is more than okay. You can take one out if you really want. She did take one, but now it just needs to focus on bringing it down for the next go. Because 143 is a hard finish no matter what. Even in Fat Bull format, it's still a bull trip to set up. And she gets herself to 121, so not a bad finish by any means, but wonder what could have been if she set up a little bit more by using that first start. Oh, Morg's catching a cold streak right now.
Well, they do have a leg to give. So not a must-win leg for Morgan and Jen. Donna putting in a low ton. Leading the way on the board right now.
Yeah, big time for her to do that as well. Does freeze, so no finish now for Jen. She kind of blocked herself on that first start. Doesn't matter, still shimmies.
And shot is on. Triple 18.
Nails it.
Drills it. Another big finish for Sue. So we are going to get a decider.
Into this two-part match, we've had 3 ton-plus finishes in this with these ladies. This is awesome. So here we go. We are underway. One more game for the ladies.
Looks like Sue to lead us out.
Sue has had the highest ceiling out of these ladies, I think, where while they've all had moments of brilliance, just the upper echelon of Sue's game has been something else, especially in this finals. And that's a great start.
I think that's been proven by the 2 big finishes.
Absolutely.
And actually, the other big finish so far in this final came from her partner, Donna. But here comes Morg.
Oh.
She follows with a hat trick.
Oh boy. Here we go. This is exactly what you want to see. Exactly what I want to see. This is exactly what everyone wants to see. Oh, Donna doesn't connect. So this is up to Jen now. Jen can really make this hurt. This is a big opportunity right now. Taking a moment for extra composure. This is an important turn. Gets a low ton.
Does fine too. Yeah. So Sue may have to take this out. A 6-dart leg to win the title.
That'd be doing it in style. She's on for it. Oh, doesn't go. Well thrown. You almost expected it. Yeah, you almost expected it to go.
I expected her to get a look at the 17. That's for sure.
Well, Morg now can try to do it herself. So now she's going to set up as well.
One really needs to bring it down. Try to force the freeze. That's a good shot.
Oh, this is incredible. All the pressure on Donna's and Jen right now. Who can freeze who? Donna needs a big one.
She only finds one.
Jen needs at least 44 points at minimum.
45 to freeze. 44 would actually tie.
Gotcha. Yep, there you go. That is correct. And there we go. That's the freeze. So all Sue can do is bring it down to less than 10. And hope for a miracle to get another shot. Currently averaging a 44 point per dart right now.
She does set up one. But Morg going to be looking at 38 for the title. I got a feeling if she hits this, you're going to see an eruption out of Jen.
Oh, here we go. Let's see if you're right.
I don't think anybody's taming that beast. Not as much as I was expecting. I'll be honest.
Yeah,
that was mild for what I was expecting.
Yes, for sure. For sure. That's funny. Oh, man. Well, hey, congratulations to Morgan Jen staving off the Misfits that almost ran all the way back to them. So congratulations to the ladies. We're going to see what match is coming up next here real quick. We'll be right back, guys. Be back in just a moment. Hope you guys didn't go far. We're in for another enticing affair here on the dartboard. Niagara Falls, New York Regional. Excited to be bringing coverage of the third place Pro Doubles 01 final, or the final parts of the Pro Doubles 01, third place match. Not JJ versus Bat Shark. Taking it on here. Excited to see how this one develops as Joe starts off with a 180 to get things going. DJ, this is going to be an exciting one.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think whoever comes through it's going to have a tough ask to beat Doug and Mike in the final, but both of these teams will be wanting to get that opportunity.
Going left and right there for Denny. Denny was not happy with his last streamed match performance and really wants to try to dial it in here and kind of sort out what's going on. They played in the semifinals that we saw where Weeble beat him 3-1. And he just had these moments of brilliance and getting the 180 to get back in range when he needed it, but was putting himself in disadvantageous positions first and then having to dig himself out. So we'll see how much he dialed it in here.
For the record, the chair's back.
Yeah, that's Ed Levesque sitting in that. I did play with his wife last night in the mixed trips. He actually did ask me to confirm that it was in frame where he moved it to. that is true.
Just to be clear, I will be on the stream in my chair, right?
Joe playing phenomenal at the moment here. Just going to keep rushing along. Great shooting there. So now Braden's just going to try to get this 2-4-1 in line. See if he can leave himself an out. Did not leave himself an out, so looks like we are going to get 6 for Joe, as no one else will be able to set up a finish here. Just a reminder, it is double out in this one for the pro doubles.
Big 180 there from Darcy, but probably too little too late here as Joe's sitting on 50 after 9.
Yeah, either 10 for tops or 18 for double 16.
Or double bull for
clout.
Oh. So an 11 dart leg Joe will have to settle for.
If any of you are listening along that are in the venue, maybe just in your hotel rooms, you got about 19 minutes left before that dart shop closes. Just want to give it a little shout out there, mostly because I got some free flights from them. And also because they're good people. Now you've been to a lot of weekend tournaments in your darting career. Can you, for people that don't normally travel tournaments or maybe only show up for one day events, can you kind of explain if you're doing well how hard it is to play good on Sunday for some of these guys because of exhaustion and other factors?
Yeah, I mean, I think the BullShooters are probably a lesser of that evil now that the format doesn't require 3 events on a Saturday. But like I can attest to like playing just so long that Sunday mornings, like we joke about it, like Sunday morning darts just suck. Like if you did anything at all on Saturday, Sundays are rough. Like it, you wouldn't think that playing darts, but I mean you're literally on your feet from 9 in the morning Saturday through till 1 in the morning early Sunday. Like it's rough. I know there was one where the last event on Saturday was actually mixed doubles, and I was set with Paula Murphy, and I had and there was actually a stage. This was Alabama. They had a kind of rickety stage, so it like did even more wear and tear on your legs. And this was like 10 years ago, by the way, so it wasn't like old DJ. This was like in his 20s DJ. Um, and I actually won every event that I'd played. So I had to like bow out, and I only set up with Paula. Like I didn't show up set up with Paula. I actually showed up without a partner. Danny Baggish couldn't play with her, so then like we were supposed to set up, and I was like, I can't. Like there's no way. I absolutely hated not to play with Paula, but like
Understandably so.
that's how bad it was.
Yeah, it can be real dragon. I mean, you'll see it at like Chicago and stuff like that, especially when you get away from the weekends into the longer tournaments. I mean, there's only a handful of tournaments a year across all the different tournament organizers that are more than 3 days. So it gets exhausting. I mean, between the liquid encouragement, the long days, if you're doing well, you're going to be tired. You're not getting much sleep. My last year playing at TOC before getting into streaming in 2019, I placed 4th or higher in every event. Well, that meant that I had no breaks in between events, and then I had to make sure I had less than 8 hours of sleep every single night. It gets rough when you're doing well, which is like such a winner's first world problem, it sounds like, right? But it is a factor when you see these high level darts and you're seeing some real high highs and real low lows from guys that were playing great otherwise.
Well, and it honestly makes me like appreciate the guys that can do it, especially like every event. Like Gordon and I come up with a rule that if the blind draw doesn't pay $500 for first place or more, then we skip it. And that was just kind of we get a rest. Like now, if it's $500, it's worth it. We have to play it. Like you got to pay for travel. But if it doesn't pay $500 for first place, then it's not even worth the risk. Let's just be more rested for the next day.
And it is nice that it's not a scheduled blind draw anymore, and they just do it as time allows nowadays for these events. I can tell you, as someone that's played in a couple of them now. I mean, last night ran in 3.5 hours. There was 32 people, 16 teams. First place was $300, 150 ahead. So it ran pretty quick, and felt pretty good winning that one. It's okay. The casino won it back at the end, though. Not able to take it out after the first start. A little bit of a misstep there from Braden. Bill in the comments saying Ed with the stream's new sponsor, Funyuns, because it does look like product placement. He has the logo perfectly facing us. Double top. Oh, needs to dial it in. No immediate danger, but you want it now. You don't want to mess around, and he does, and that's game number 2, 1 apiece now. Joe to show first. We'll see if Darcy's able to take advantage of that placement. He does. Stacks it right over. Beautiful dart there from Batman. So here we go. Bat Shark to start us off in a last leg decider to see who gets back into the finals here to play We Go Bull. Or We Bull Out. Oh my gosh. That was close. Got the same idea. Of course, guys, if you've been having fun watching this and you would decide, you know what, I bet I can do pretty good at one of these regionals, well, there's still a fair amount left in the tour here. You got the Arizona December 1st through the 3rd. Then you got Texas after that, January 5th through the 7th. Washington, the 12th through the 14th of January. And then February, you have Pennsylvania, 2nd to the 4th. And then lastly, the Nebraska first weekend of March. Flyer coming soon.
Look at Darcy putting in a 180, giving his partner the point. Like, we ain't done.
Yeah, solid 140 there from Denny. Denny and Joe just want to go ahead and take it here from behind, but we'll see what happens. Right now, it's on Braden's shoulders to pick it up here. Huge last start. Needed that one to keep this one alive.
Joe finding a triple with his 3rd. But Darcy, after opening with a 180, could stay perfect and leave a finish.
Certainly would love to see it. Wants to make sure that they get the first look at the out here, because Joe will more likely set himself up on his next go. Add some pressure with this last. Oh, ties it up. So 2-6-1 plays 2-6-1. Denny at 3-6-1 can try to do a breakaway.
Denny with another 140. Leading the way on the board right now. Braden picked a bad time to have a bad leg.
You're exactly right there. Oh. Not quite, but 1-2-6, perfectly fine leave. JJ saying some words of encouragement to the not JJ team. Oh, great shot there from Darcy. and he needs a nice consistent round. He's already been there the whole time. If he gets a ton plus, it's going to be really hard for Braden not to freeze Darcy at this point. And 1-2-1 there. All the pressure on Braden's shoulders. Needs something magical at the moment.
Another one might do it. I think he needed all three. Joe getting a look at 126. He'll need to leave 32 or less.
Exactly. So as long as he stays smart on this and make sure to hit a single bull on the last start, if he goes for the 419s route, he'll be good.
Could have another triple 19 here for double six.
Double six. Make sure you can't bust it though. Have to be careful. That's fine. That is okay. As long as that was his only thing he was thinking in his head. Go outside, not high, not low.
So Darcy will set up 2, and Denny gets a look at 121. Well, Braden's going to get a look at 154.
Yeah, he's going to need that 154 to go as well. There's no time left in this one.
He very well could freeze. Just needs to find one big triple.
That'd be heartbreaking if that happens for Denny. Denny knows it. You see the walk away. But Braden has to collect.
Well, can't do it now.
He knows it. He knows it. You saw that slap on the leg there. He was not happy with that at all.
Just a really poor leg from Braden. And Joe get 3 clear at double six.
And collects it. Not JJ moves on to the finals here. And we're about to see this take place on the stream. The Pro Doubles 501 Finals. We Bull Out versus Not JJ coming up on the stream board here. Then after that, we're going to see where we're at in the non-pro. And it looks like by the time that's over, we'll be in the finals there. So exciting to see how this one wraps up here. Coverage not complete yet, though, guys. We got some great matches coming up next. Don't go far. Nick Teixeira, DJ Sayer, be back in just a moment. It's finals time once again, everybody. We got an enticing affair here on the dartboard. We Bull Out versus Not JJ. Duking it out on the dartboard for us in the Pro Doubles final and to book their spots on to the invitational shootouts. Excited to see what this one has in store for us. We Bull Out is of Doug Bain and Mike Porterfield, Joe Hedrick, Denny Garn on the Not JJ team. And We Bull Out also won the seat 3 straight. So they are going to be the ones with advantage. Let's see how it pans out. DJ, who do you got here?
It's too hard to bet against a team that has the king seat. Like, I could see Joe and Denny winning, but it's going to be a tough task to actually double dip.
Yeah, certainly have to agree there. Joe did want me to say that they're going to win on experience because him and Denny combined are 106 years old. He wanted me to make that a known factor here. He said that's their X factor.
Gotcha.
So I'm, again, field reporter here. Happy to help. Denny was not happy with his last match performance and made it very clear that he is aware he'll have to step up his game if he wants this outcome to go in their favor. And that's not the start to that campaign for either one of them, if we're being honest. Joe played phenomenal for the most part. And Denny had moments of brilliance shrouded by some very mistimed darts that he barely got away with. I don't think you're going to see as much favorability from Doug and Mike here. Is that race to 3 because we're back on the winner side here, so just a heads up on that one for everybody. Let us know who you're cheering for, who you got in this one, guys. Excited to see this one. And here's to see who everyone is pulling for. As the dart hall is filled back up, can't really see it from this angle, but there's a lot of teams still playing that mixed doubles. They just drew the brackets up. There's 53 teams in that one. Seen some Mike and Doug's, Joe and Denny's. Chat is split on who they want to see. I'm just cheering for a great game at darts. Yeah, pretty lax leg though for everybody to start off here. Doug's going to try to leave himself a finish here. As the dude in the background struggling to stay conscious for our stream.
Chair looks mighty comfortable.
It does. He said, I'll wake up when they hit over 30s in their average. Yeah, he is fading fast. Hope he is not playing mixed doubles. Not the round that Joe needed there, so Mike definitely going to leave himself on out. question is, how good of an out will he leave? The answer is not too bad. Nothing crazy. 96 leave there puts a lot of pressure on Denny to have to hit big.
The early doors, it's looking like our king seat holders are stayed in form, whereas Joe and Denny falling off from what they just showed in the third place match.
Yeah, far from the standard we've seen them capable of playing. Maybe some first leg blues here. It is a race to 3, so they have a little bit more time to dial in. Plus, they are going against the throw in this one anyways, but it's not the throw that mattered here. Right now it matters the mentality and confidence. Porterfield for 96. Big 16 and leaf tops. Or 20 leaf double 18. Or again, it's that trip 16 there. We got the whole Hedrick family in the chat. Sarah saying Papa, and Tiffany saying, can someone wake Denny and Joe up?
I got bad news. That's not the whole Hedrick family. There's a lot of them.
Fair enough. Good shot there from Bane. Collects it, and let's be honest, what was a pretty lackluster affair to start off this final. I think all these guys are kind of having a laugh about that. We're going to see what happens and how it shakes out in the second leg here. Sarah saying, I think most of us are here but Mitch. And then every time I look at the comments now, there's a different Hedrick in here. I will say, Joe showed me something on his phone before this match started. And, man, I didn't know font could get that large on the phone. I didn't know that was an option.
Oh, my man is blind.
That was impressive.
Like, it's the size of the lettering on his jersey.
Yeah, you're really not kidding, though. You have like maybe 1 to 2 words per line if you're lucky.
Wonder if he's still drinking juice boxes.
He actually did run out. Because I went up to Denny earlier and I was like, man, you might need one of those. And he said, I wish we ran out.
So Denny was drinking the juice box too?
I think he was. Combined 106 years.
Do they have Jaeger flavored beatboxes?
When there's a will, there's a way, my friend. Oh, Porterfield's not happy with that, especially following Denny's 180 there. Oh, look at this from Doug. Collecting a 180 there. Trying to catch back up in line, but right now, Denny's game to lose. Especially with the lax start from Mike.
Good shot from Denny, putting in a 140. Keeping the pressure on Mike here.
Mike does course correct here, kind of getting his score back in line with Joe's. So, still, right now, not JJ is in front. They just need to keep up this pressure, and they can be pretty much in the right lane to make this one apiece.
Well, yeah, I think, well, I was getting ready to say that, okay. So I think the freeze is probably going to come into play here. If Denny can put in a solid shot, you got to remember Joe gets 3 extra darts on Mike.
You're absolutely right there. This is the second time he's turned around on 186 to see what to shoot at. And this time shot the right color on the board, knowing that the trip 10 is the black color and not the red one. Hilarious that it happened twice, though.
Denny could really use another one of those 140s.
Needs the course correct to start.
Oh. Slack visit.
Slack, but also on the other end, though, Mike really does need a 2 trouble visit here. I don't think a ton's going to be enough. It'll be close, but we'll see. Needs one more. Does find one more.
Joe can still freeze with a 180.
Exactly. So has to get 54 or less. That was a great start to it. Plenty of room to grow. Not going to happen, though. So Doug will get the shot for a break of throw to go up 2-1, or 2-0, excuse me. $16 for tops or $20 for double 18 or 6 for bull, if they want to stay true to their name. There's another Wii Sports spin. Here we go, 2-0. Joe, to start it off first, has the family watching along, as I'm sure he's already well aware. Important moment.
Denny trying to answer. Oh. Does put in a 140, but not equal to the 180 from Doug.
So I just got breaking news here. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. All right, sorry for that. So Doug and Mike were Mike won the pro singles. Doug got second. If they do win this match, which they are currently up 2-0 and have the seats, for that invitation spot, it would actually go to the third place in the singles from Friday, since they would both qualify through this event, which would mean Travis Brewster would get an invitation. So just an update there. Denny needs more than that. Catching the wrong number and does flight in on the last. But getting to dire straits currently for not JJ. Oh, nightmare scenario. 40 points there. Well off the mark.
Yeah, and you saw his reaction. I think he knows that might be the turn that spells disaster for he and Denny. It's Doug looking to punish. Yeah, finds another 180.
Incredible stuff. I mean, Weeble been having an incredible run. 3-0, 3-0, 3-1, 3-1, 3-0. So they dropped 2 legs the whole day, and they are currently on pace to 3-0 the finals. What an incredible standard for those guys. Mike just needs to make sure nothing silly happens here. Keep scoring along on the off chance that Doug does not take out the 41 and then comes all the way back around. He's got to play smart. Joe gonna dig deep and hope for a miracle on ice. And yeah, it won't happen here. If you didn't know it before, he definitely knows it after that last start there. Very unfortunate at the moment, but very fortunate if you're Doug and Mike. 41, 9 for double 16. Or trip 9 for double 7. Textbook. That will do it for our finals here. Doug Main, Mike Porterfield come out on top in style. 3 straight legs there over Joe and Denny. Exciting stuff and some great shooting, as now it's on to one more match here. We got the men's doubles 0-1 final awaiting this board right here. So exciting to see, and we are just about ready to get things underway. We're going to get them over here in just a moment, guys. So in the meantime here, we're going to take a quick moment to hear from some of our sponsors, the ads. We'll be right back over in just a moment, everybody.
38th Annual BullShooter World Tour is set to begin September 8th. The tour will be your opportunity to qualify for an invitation to the 3rd Annual BullShooter Invitational Shootout 2024. To qualify for an invitation at the regionals, win first place in the Pro Cricket Singles, Pro 501 Doubles, or the Women's Combo Singles. The European BullShooter will award 2 invites. The finals in Chicago on Saturday, the 501 Doubles, place first or second in the Pro AA, Pro, Women's AA, and Women's A levels, or Monday's 501 singles, the Pro and the Pro AA levels. And of course, our top 2 finishers from our 2nd annual BullShooter Invitational Shootout 2023 will receive their invitations. We're looking forward to seeing everyone out on the tour.
everybody. I am Nick Teixeira, joined by Johnny Jenkins here at the New York BullShooter here in Niagara Falls. Now, Johnny, how long have you been with Arachnid here?
Actually, this is my 18th year being with Arachnid.
Well, we're excited to be out here. And how did you get involved in something like this, right? Because you're obviously an accomplished player on your own, right? But also assistant director at Arachnid's a pretty cool title as well. How did you get involved on the tournament side?
Well, I started from playing and stuff like that when I started playing in 98. So I turned pro my first year and went to tournaments and I was winning and stuff like that. So I looked on the other side and putting the boards together and all this stuff like that, it just intrigued me. A guy, Steve Wiesner, a long time ago, he actually brought me to a couple of tournaments with him and I helped him set up. I played, helped him break down. So from there, I talked to Brad and I just started helping him little by little. You know what I mean?
And the rest is history then.
The rest is history.
So let me ask you this. Do you ever miss it when you're running those brackets and stuff like that? Sometimes you look at the field and sometimes you're like, man, I could beat them right now. Like, do you ever get that thought or want to get back in the mix sometimes?
Actually, no, because, and I'm not getting a big head when I say this, but when I run a tournament, I know it's going to be efficient. I'd rather for them to come out, have a good time, have a good tournament, and know that we did our job to make it well. So playing does it because I have my events that I can play. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we get to see you at TOC and the like as well. So it's always a pleasure. Now, speaking of big dart events, one of the biggest things we look forward to each year is the Arachnid BullShooter Invitational Shootouts that happens. Can you talk to us a little bit about the experience, about how that's been going and how we're going on to our third year of doing it?
I'm telling you, I love that event, and I wish I could play it. But the thing of it is that just the talent is just rising so fast. A lot of people you don't think is going to make it are the ones that are actually getting in there. And to see it actually being promoted on ESPN and all this stuff now, it's blowing up in North America, man.
It certainly is. And honestly, the tour itself has had a lot of changes, right? I mean, we're talking about having online brackets, using your phones and hot buttons for everything on top of all the other changes. Would you encourage people that haven't gotten to a BullShooter a while to come and try it again and see what's new?
Oh, definitely, because this new program makes it, two men can run this whole tournament. We need the people to help set up the boards. But once the tournament starts, with the apps coming to your phone now and all this stuff like that, they got their own thing going on versus anybody else. Like, they got so many different apps you can use, from CompuSport to this or whatever. But this is probably one of the best I've seen so far. You don't have to sit at the board. You can literally walk around on my iPad like they do at TLC. Yeah, they do. And see everything come out.
Well, those iPad people are kind of scary looking at TLC. And I'm friends with them, but they scare me.
Well, they kind of scare you because they put a little bit more pressure on it or whatever. We try to be a little bit more laid back. Okay? So, because there's too many people here, we're not on a time schedule. See what I'm saying? So they only have 16 brackets per thing, which there should run that. But we got, like men, we have 128 men in the singles event. But I make sure to get to the board, but I'm not going to hound you. You know what I'm saying? I just make sure you're there to make it run on time.
Absolutely. Well, we're excited to see how this weekend plays out. And of course, thank you guys for tuning into our coverage of the New York Niagara Falls BullShooter here for Arachnid.
And thank you very much for being a part of the team.
I'm excited to be here.
Yes.
Well, hello, everybody. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Captain Condor, Tony Zikas here in Niagara Falls. We're excited to be joined by you. Now, what does Captain Condor mean? Can you give us a little bit of explanation on what that nickname is?
Yeah, I started playing darts. I got introduced to Condor. Then I became their #1 promoter. So now I'm the #1 promoter of Condor Trinidad in North America.
And so Condor is going to be one of those all-in-one flight systems. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, it's an all-in-one flight system. They have a soft and also a hard one-piece set.
Now, for a fun fact, back when I actually was a pro or non-pro player, but I was actually playing in BullShooters, you actually helped me set up with all my Pittsburgh BullShooter partners a couple years ago here. Now, do you help people set up with partners a lot, or do you kind of consider yourself a promoter in that sense?
Yes, I get contact for every regional BullShooter or any other event for people trying to locate partners to play with, and I assist with them because my network of dart players since I came is nationwide. So I'm happy to be able to help players like you and other players that are looking to partner up with.
And then for those players that are looking to get into the game that maybe have never even touched it, that might watch the stream this weekend, what advice do you give somebody that wants to pick up the game of darts?
Well, practice at your local, at almost every city, every town, there's a luck of the draw. Go to the luck of the draws, join a dart league, and practice challenge the top players if you want to get better. And eventually, there's going to be a regional bull shooter in almost every location or drivable location to where you are to attend. And that's just going to make you better. Playing live, playing these shots, these great shots that you meet, that's what's going to get you to the next level.
And there you go. And now you are an accomplished player in your own right. What's going to be your event you're looking most forward to this weekend?
Is meeting, seeing some old friends, meeting some new players, and hopefully making a jump to pro status, which is the hardest thing to do. But you got to keep shooting for it. If not, then why play darts, right?
Absolutely. Well, you heard it here. Tony Zika's Captain Condor here.
One last thing, I'd like to give Dominic Chikara, one of the best guys I know. I love you. I miss you. I wish you'd come to New York or PA. I'd love to throw with you. Your son is doing a great job.
All right, Dad, you heard it. You better be out here, Dominic.
How about one more? As we're not done calling darts yet, we have one last match for us here. Rainbows and Unicorns versus Beef Jerky going at it on the dartboard here. Rainbows and Unicorns consisting of William Baker and Bruce Sheehan, and then Beef Jerky, Tony Foddy, and Kenny Pulsini. So excited to see how this one goes here.
And already we'll kick off with a hat trick.
This is a rematch of the King Seat matchup where Rainbows and Unicorns did take 2 straight win. Joshua, you know what I'm doing. You know what I'm doing. It's our first look at the non-pro bracket here, as it was pretty full and pretty lively, but they moved along pretty quick. Getting things going here, so look at that hat trick from Kenny. Because you're curious, Billy is that tall. He's the first person that is taller than where the text is on your screen, by the way. So that puts him at like 6'5" or some change. You can see Bruce here just going to try to keep things going here and let Billy kind of lead the front, finding a hat trick of his own. Kenny going to try to keep adding onto the pressure here. No need to go for the 9. Can just continue to go for the 10 darter here. Stay on the bulls. Oh, kicked high and then low, so pretty evened up there. Billy securing a low ton, getting 109, not a finish. It is open out, so 180 would have been a finish, so we'll take it though. Keep that score going nice and forward and putting pressure on Tony to perform this turn. Which he will.
Yeah, good shot there by Tony. Transferring that pressure back to Bruce.
Oh, no. Bruce needs to get at least one bull here. And then a big go on the next. This is a very stressful situation that I wouldn't want to be in if I was him. Yeah, and Kenny's going to make it hurt. Hat trick for Kenny. Yeah, this is a little dangerous territory. It's going to be more on Bruce, though, to make sure there's no freeze in play, more so than anything else. And also there on Billy, the misstep of only setting himself up with a 1-4-4 if he does get a look. Tony hit a hat trick on the last go here. Gets one last to leave it out, so good shot. It takes some of the pressure off the shoulders of Bruce. See how many bulls he can pile in here. Needs a couple. Needs one more of those at least. 225 combined, so in heavy danger of Kenny freezing if he doesn't take it out. Does not freeze, so 1-4-4 will be a look. But he's going to need to focus up and execute well here. Bull trip 18 for tops. Not going to go, so he has to just lower it as much as he can. The jerky team are well favored now in this for the first leg.
Tony gonna leave 69, and now Bruce. I gotta think he needs a hat trick here.
I would agree with that. Needed at least a hat, if not more. A low ton just simply is not going to cut it at this point. This leg's heavily favored for jerky.
Yeah, you're kind of dependent on Kenny not only to miss but to bust.
$16 for bull. So now Billy can only set up and hope that Tony misses the 69 and that Bruce hits the 1-2-2. That's a lot of ifs. I don't like that many ifs when I'm playing. I want definites. I do respect the trip 7 in style instead of just going for a single 20. That one extra point, big risk, little reward, well executed. Was going 19 for bull, now needs to go 5 for bull. And just kind of wings that last start.
So now for Bruce, 2 bulls will actually freeze.
Yeah, just needs to stay true here. Big moment.
Can stay there. Another one of those. And he gets it. You see Billy in the background. You knew what it meant.
I could hear Billy in the background from here. And these are not thin walls, by the way, guys. That man had some power behind that.
So Kenny will set up one as well. But Billy left it. He wanted it.
Needs to drill it. Take your time. Full composure. More than capable of hitting it. Just has to be delicate on it. And that wasn't it. You overthought it there. You saw that adrenaline dump from that big celebration, and then there just kind of pulls his whole arm down.
So 31 for Tony. 15 and a 16. Almost catches the triple 16. Then does catch a triple 2, but still hits the fat 9. So leg number 1 to Tony and Kenny.
So we're going to see if we can find a course correction for Billy and Bruce. Bruce started off slow in that one and came alive there at the very end. And on the other side, Billy started off real hot and then kind of fell off there, missing a big single out. So we'll see how much that affects the second leg here. No ton there for Tony, so here we go. Off to the races. Let's see if the B-score lines can keep up with it. Good placement for Bruce there. Oh, but he kind of catches it low. Jeremiah Millar in the chat making a good point there. Talking about that 31, saying the first touch should have been 15 and then the 16 on the chance he dragged it into the double there. Would have still left a single one if he did.
Yeah, that's how I called it. I thought that he would go 15 and 16, but
Oh, for sure.
elected to go for the 16 first.
Bruce not happy with that go there. Bruce is not happy with that go there. Oh, I second guess myself as great hat trick there from Kenny. So Billy now needs to leave himself an out here because he might only get one look. Especially if Tony and Kenny keep up the pace that they've been setting so far. That's an awkward dart. Gets one, needs one more for the 165 leave. Does get it. Not a pretty one, but it'll do.
Bruce finding 2 there. Trying to make sure he doesn't freeze Billy. Which he won't freeze the 165. Even a 180 from Kenny wouldn't freeze. But could be some pressure to have to take out the 165 for Billy.
Yeah, let's see what he decides to do here. Is going to go for it. Takes the first one. Honestly, the position and where that dart was, I would have just not even moved off the line and tried to throw another one there for the 15.
Yeah, looked like a good marker.
A great one. And kind of gets wayward on the second, but good correction on the last, leaving 50. So still tees up pretty well. So here we go for Bruce. He'll feel pretty comfortable if he hits a low ton. Oh, that's right there. So there is potential for a freeze. Needs to get below 24. So hat trick will not do it.
Not even throwing for it. Yeah, should have switched after the first bull.
So here we go, Billy, to make it one apiece. Collects it. Way easier to hit than a single one. Makes it one apiece here. So here we go, tie-breaking set here, or tie-breaking leg here. If the rainbows and unicorns get it, it is over, done, dusted, and the stream is done for the weekend. If beef jerky gets it, we get one more best of 3. Solid diddle there. So rainbow unicorns got work to do. Can use that there to his advantage. And beats it by 1. So there you go. Rainbows and unicorns will get the start here. So exciting stuff to see. Let us know who you're cheering for, and are you excited to see this last match play out? Potentially last game, if not one more best of 3, and then it's all over for our Niagara Falls, New York regional for the stream coverage. There's still some mixed doubles going on. Which, if you want to follow along with those brackets, go onto your phone. Go over to your BullShooter app on your smart device. Once you open that up, go to Tournament King. Once you're on Tournament King there, you can switch from My Events to All Events. You can check every single brackets, even the ones that aren't streamed, even the ones that are from other tournaments, as long as they're using Tournament King.
So not the strongest opens from Billy. Tony could step in here. Oh, and he started promising, but only going to finish with 1 bull.
Fair point, but more importantly, my fantasy team is still sucking. Sorry about that. Got a notification. Back to the action. I just need Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase to stop breaking my heart, please. So Kenny, they're kind of breakaway. First one into the 300s. Oh, Billy really wants to collect at least one more. Does. Did he catch it? Oh, he didn't catch it. Did he? No. Wish he did.
Yeah. Oh, catch the dart.
Yeah. No, he did catch the bull. I'm sorry. I was more interested in if he caught the bounce back. Because that is an instant win if you do that. So.
Oh, and Tony not going to find a bull. It's a big opportunity now for Bruce. A hat trick would be dirty.
Did see
Good start.
Here's a couple people asking about that link. So This is the final, so the only other bracket running is the mixed doubles bracket. So I went ahead and put that in the chat there if you want to follow the current bracket. Wow, what a timing from Bruce. It's up to Kenny now. It's 2 wins, so we'll see. Race to the finish here. Let's see who gets set up first. Billy here should just be trying to bring down the score and let Bruce set himself up. Would need a 1-6-1 to leave it out from there. So only the 271 bull round, kind of a slack turn, but Tony struggled on the last. It's going to be up to him now. Big turn here. Gets himself some pressure off his shoulders. Gets a little bit more relaxed. Needs at least 2 bulls, though, to close that gap in the A score lines. Does get 2.
So all 4 scores really close. Bruce fresh off the hat trick.
Oh, my goodness. What a shot. And gets another hat trick back-to-back in a very important tie-breaking leg in the finals. Sets up a 1-2-7 and says, all right, Kenny, your turn. Can you do the same? Can you do the same? He can. The spotlight keeps changing back and forth. This is an intense moment here. Billy and Tony now just trying to support their partners. They're in that B position. These scores are basically flipped. You're now the B player. Your job is to anchor and get low. It's a low ton and leaves a finish. Oh, and Tony doesn't match. A little bit of a mistake there. Bruce for the match. 1-2-7. Went for the trip 19 and would have preferred the trip 17 to leave 20 if he had a single. So now has to set up here. And went for the bull to just try to bring it back down, leaving 54. And it wasn't enough to freeze either. So Kenny now will get a shot to bring it to one more set. And you can't hit it now. This is getting dicey. I wouldn't even consider shooting the 156 here. I'm going for a hat trick every time. Billy
Now this is getting pretty dicey for Billy. Has to find a bull. Oh, and he flights out. So Tony could really punish now. A hat trick will freeze. Even a big number in 2 bulls. 120 is enough. Not going to happen now.
Oh, no.
Now very likely that Kenny is frozen even if Bruce doesn't take it out. But Bruce should just be looking to take this down.
Yeah, just needs to take it down. On the off chance he doesn't, needs to make sure not to bust.
Triple 18. Oh, 2 18s.
And gets it.
There it is. So your champs in this, Bruce and Billy, they do hold on, not getting beat at all today. For Tony and Kenny, they will be your runners-up, but a good showing by all involved. And as Nick said earlier, that does round out our streaming coverage today.
Yeah,
So,
it's been a lot of fun bringing you guys coverage of this one. I've been having a lot of fun calling games with you, DJ, as always, and Gordon as well on Friday. And yeah, Niagara Falls has treated us well, I would say.
absolutely. I really enjoy this one. I've been asked many times, like which regional I would suggest for people to go to, and to me, the Falls makes it worth it. So hopefully you get to check that out.
Certainly will. Certainly will. Well, guys, if you want to follow more of the action, again, we will be live with the Phoenix BullShooter coming up shortly. So don't go far, folks. It's only a few weeks away. Be seeing you guys soon. Thanks for the love and support, everybody. Nick DeShera, DJ Sayer in the booth, bidding adieu for this one.